And there we go. That microphone is on. Welcome everyone. And I'm looking at the bit rates and the comment there about YouTube being jerky again. I do agree with it. It was all right for a little while, but YouTube is up to its ups and downs again. And of course, this morning was really interesting as well. YouTube, well, the entire internet was off. I found out the reason it was off is because of our wonderful snow. And someone ran into one of the devices, one of what we call a ped or pedestal, down about 3 blocks from here. And not only did they just hit it, and they wiped it out. So hence the no internet for about 4 hours here. And that's why my other stream was off as well. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And some of you are saying, welcome Dr. Fox from Kevin and Mars and Sue saying, hi Doc, I hear you. Awesome. And I do see the bit rates fluctuating, so I'm assuming that will be buffering every once in a while. We'll try not to let that happen too much. I was almost thinking I should try to just disconnect and reconnect and see if it'll pick a different port. Maybe I'll do that right now. Just hang on. It will buffer for a second. Okay, I've reconnected and we'll see if it picks up, and hopefully it will stay up there. So far it looks like it's a little bit better than what it was, so could have something to do with ports. No, it just dropped again, so it's telling me that it's got dropped frames. I'm not sure what the heck it's up to there, but that's kind of what we've got going on. Anyway, let's get at things. Welcome to all of you, first off, and welcome to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and Sue Hayes, who is here, of course. And then we've got Yvonne Kunkel, and we've got C&D Boy, and Siggy, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and a whole bunch more. So welcome moderators. I do appreciate you guys being in and or helping out wherever you might be. All good, and thank you very kindly for that. Also welcome to all of the guests in here, and we'll start out by saying hi to Sharon Stewart and Henry Nelson and Scott Hartman and Kevin Haynes and Dan. And did I say Henry Nelson? I did. And Sharon Stewart. So we got those covered. All right, going up a little bit more, we got Scott. Welcome to Lizoid. Good to have you on board. And we got Sharon. I got Mars. Kevin Haynes, welcome. Yeah, okay, going up a little bit more here. There's not that many people in today. Billy Bob Joe off in the Lurkers Lounge and enjoying some dinner, I guess, and doesn't need to respond. Tom Dice and Pepper are here. At least Tom is here. I don't know about Pepper. Pepper may have Tom's credit card and be going out again. And scrolling up the rest of the way, we see Rayola is here, welcome, and Janice also here, welcome, and that's it. So yeah, not that many people in today, and that is all right. Mars is here, yep, got you there. 2 times Henry, 3 times Sharon. Wow, that you guys are lucky. Oh, that means no, never mind. I'm not going to say that. Anyway, let's take a look and see what's happening around the world real quick. I'm going to park the canned lava. We'll go to Hawaii first. Let's get rid of this other thing. Hey, it's really foggy there. Let's get rid of that little banner on the bottom. No, that's not a volcanic eruption. Or is it? Awful lot of steam coming off of Helima crater there in Hawaii, and that is what we're seeing right now. That is live, and that looks pretty. I think that's kind of neat. Kind of reminds me of Iceland. Huh. Anyway, we do see a little bit there. The west vent area here steaming. Must be raining then. Yep, steam coming off of the sides, the south side and the southwest areas of Helima central vent or lava pond, smoking a little bit or steaming, and well, the rest obviously we can't see it. So all good. And let's go. Yeah, they're pointing it into the wet corner there. And we don't even see that side vent there. That's how yucky it is. Raindrops on the screen and everything, or on the lens. Anyway, lots of steam coming off of there, so pretty cool to see that. Let's not worry about that one. I'm going to make that smaller. Let's go to the next picture. Oh, nice, a shot. I like that. That's almost a vinaigrette of volcano gray all the way through. Let's take a look at the other camera. This one, of course, is on the south side of the crater, looking north, and this one is the B1 camera, and it is looking kind of westish. We do see just a little bit there, the steamers along the eastern side of Helima crater, which is kind of right in there, and it goes around there, but we can't see it. A little bit of steam coming from one of the vents here. That is interesting. We haven't seen that. Oh, hang on. Where's my hamster? We need a hamster on there to be able to do that. I got a point. And there's the edge of Helima in here. And then the other thing that I was pointing at was this here. That's one of the vents there steaming away a little bit. Because of all that rain they're getting. So pretty cool. Aloha Kathy. And let's see, did anybody else sneak in that I didn't see? But I got Kathy. All right, cool. So that's what we're seeing over at our wonderful Helima / Kilauea. And that's pretty cool, or warm, or yucky, or whatever. And here is the thermal, and of course the thermal, as you can see, the oh, you can't see it. Anyway, the temperature gradient, this is about 55 degrees right there, and that's on the Fahrenheit scale, I think, and that is about 50 degrees. So that is what your temperatures are. I think that's a Fahrenheit. Or if it is Celsius, that's okay too, but it's not very, very nice. Anyway, it looks pretty, but no, it's not hot. That's the thing. It's the top end of the scale is only about 55 degrees. So that's what we've got there. Anyway, that's a quick look at Hawaii, and that's what we've got going on. So let's leave that one be. We're going to pop over to our next place of fun and joy, and I just clicked that, and why did it not switch yet? Hang on, there's something going on here. Rankins, I don't know. I think maybe my software has malfunctioned. I have to find there it is, and we're going to make that bigger. Why is that not showing up here? Darn it, something broke. My system broke. We'll have to fix it. We'll see if we can fix it here. This may be off just a little bit. It looks awful dark there, so hard to capture a picture and make it happen. All right, let's see if we can get that into place. Almost. And okay, everything is being really slow. All right, I gotta love it. Anyway, that should work for us. Okay, we'll remove the other one from underneath. All right, so there we go. We see the outline of Calir, or silhouette, if you will, and the lights reflecting off of the clouds above the capital city of Grindavik. No, not Grindavik. Reykjavik. Jeez. Reykjavik, the capital city. Grindavik is too small to be a capital. Anyway, that's what we're seeing there. Let's back that up about, I don't know, we'll go 7 hours maybe, and see what kind of a day we had. Hey, welcome, CVET. Good to have you on board. Yep, right in the shadow here. That wasn't a very good shot. Let's see if we can go back a little bit and get it out of the shadow. There we go. There's our red event, and that is what we're seeing. And of course, Calir in the back, and you can see the houses and the buildings there in the background from Reykjavik, the capital. And that's kind of what we got there. So they did have some blue skies and some big yucky clouds every once in a while, but didn't look too bad. If we go back a little bit more, it was bluer earlier. So kind of nice to see that. Nice weather for them, and that is about 12:30 is when that was happening. So pretty awesome. Anyway, let's put that one back to live, and we'll go to our next place of fun and frolicking, and let's see if we can get that into the right spot. And well, we don't see a heck of a lot there. Let's go back about 7 hours there as well. And there we can see, and we're up on top of Thorbjorn, just south of the Blue Lagoon. Off in the distance, you can see the top of Ragnar and Storihutr over here. And of course, you can see the Atlantic Ocean on the right-hand side here. Pretty awesome. And just over on the left here would be the power plant and the Blue Lagoon, and of course the hotel that Yvonne stays at. So we'll leave that one be. That's all good. I like it. And nice and clean looking. And the next one here is of the capital city of Reykjavik itself. And let's see if that'll show up. There we go. That is from 12:58 this afternoon. And very little snow left up on top. Hoping that's the same what's going to happen for us here, where the snow melts. We did get snow, and we've got roughly about 5-6 centimeters, so close to 3 inches of snow here over well, the course of the day, unfortunately. Anyway, that's what we've got going on there in Reykjavik. So I'm jealous now. If we got more snow than they do. And that is, of course, the nighttime view of the Grindavik from the Perlin Center. So pretty awesome. Make it smaller, go to the next one, make that one bigger, and see if we can get that to go live. And we don't see much, and we do see some lights, something blinky over there, and that might be an aircraft, and then of course a star up in the background. Let's go back a few hours. This is about 6.5 hours ago. There you can see the wonderful Katla buried underneath its piles and piles of snow and ice. And that is awesome. We don't see it erupting, so that's a pretty good thing. And looking down in the bottom here, still quite flooded for all that area. So kind of interesting to see that much flooding going on. Anyway, we'll leave that one be. It does look good, and let's take a look at the other one from the other angle and see if that one has just as much of a viewpoint there. Let's see if it'll show a current view. Stars. We see stars above, and we can kind of sort of see it. Let's go back though, about 6.5 hours, just like the other one. And what a beautiful shot. There we go. And we've got clear skies above it, and that is our wonderful Katla. So nice to see that, and nice to see a clean picture like that. I haven't seen it for a while, so pretty good. Even if we go back further in time, we get a little bit more visibility of what's in the foreground. Good night, all. Stay safe. YouTube not working for me for Doc Stream. Strange how all the commercials work for YouTube. Isn't that funny? Yeah, the commercials will always work there, Tom. Anyway, take care, Tom. All the best to you, and stay safe, and scratch a pepper behind the ear for us. All right, let's carry on. Next one, of course, is our wonderful Prince Resort Hotels. No, I don't think so. Let's go there. This is, of course, the Reykjanes Peninsula, and we are down by the lighthouse. There's an incoming aircraft, and the lights of Grindavik, and the radio towers from the Navy, and the power plant, the geothermal or steam power plant right there. Let's back that up about 6.5 hours ago too, and kind of get a better idea of what it was like there. You do see intermittent cloud up top, lots of steam coming off of the main geyser vent here. We do see some steam off in the background. That is the Blue Lagoon back there, and the power plant. You can see, well, barely see Grindavik. There are some buildings there, and we see some steam coming off of the steam field out in the front here, plus some heavy venting going on from the other vents, indicating that they've got ample steam and they need to vent some of it right now. So that's what's going on there. If we go back into the sunshine earlier, that looked kind of nice as well. And again, in the background, you can see a little bit better back there. So, hey, it stopped. Why did it stop? It wasn't supposed to stop. I didn't stop it. Did YouTube stop it? Am I still going? Yeah, okay, I went and moved it. It must have froze up or something. Anyway, that's what we had back there, so all good. But my allegiance is the Republic to decry. There you go, Mars 2028. Buffering badly, only I got a few words. Darn it, Sue. I don't know what to do. Let's see if we... okay, it is a time for a break, you guys. So I am going to go take a break. Before I take off here, though, I'm going to try to restart and see if we can get into a different stream again here, different port, because obviously it's still not good enough. Let's try that. So hang in there for those good people who have not yet hit that like button. Give it a quick bump. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed, consider subscribing. And please excuse the issues with YouTube. That's not my fault. Anyway, I'm going to restart this and give it a second, and then you'll hear the music coming back on, and I'll put you over onto the... Okay, I've got it turned back on, and we'll throw the music in, so hang in there. And I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go, that microphone is back on, and hopefully you people can hear me, and we'll see what happens. And thank you for the welcome back, and hi to Kim Raudenbush, who's buffering. Also hello to Peter Greenlees, and thanks there Sue for the welcome back. And let's see, hi Kim, some clown man over the cable box at the docks gets his internet through. Yeah, it's one of those things, not much we can do. And I think the change of seasons here as well is causing some issues. Geez, everybody, somebody really doesn't want me here. Poor Kim, he's buffering forever. Anyway, I hope that clears up for him, and hopefully he'll get back in here, and hopefully things will stay up far enough that we can do this. I'm going to keep an eye on this, and hopefully we won't get too many reports of these buffering events. Anyway, let's continue on with what we were doing. We had a look at Iceland. And that was a pretty neat looking day today. Sarah says, I hear you, Doc. Okay, cool. And welcome, Sarah. Oops, spoke too soon. Oh boy. I hope that audio comes back. Anyway, let's park our canned lava for right now, and we'll get over to the harmonic tremor charts. Why is that blank? Oh boy. Yep, I think my computer did something that it wasn't supposed to. It messed about everything up. I'm not sure why, but we can fix it on the fly. Oh, that rhymes. Too bad nobody could hear it. And let's see what we can do here. So, and whoop, that's the wrong one. We want to get rid of that guy. Remove, and there we go. All right, so this guy we want to make bigger and stretch it into place. So let's get that fixed up, and there we go. Doesn't look too bad. Anyway, looking at what we've got, so we got our harmonic tremor chart on the screen. King Colin just popped in. Hi, I'm lurking tonight. Okay, no worries. Kim, I heard 2 words. I said, Sarah, I'm at about 27 minutes or 27 seconds behind live. Okay, hopefully it is coming through. And anyway, looking at the ODF chart, we did see quite a decline yesterday, and today it was kind of holding steady and did have a little bit of a pickup, and then dropped off again. As far as our magmatic seismicity kind of picked up a little as well, stayed high during the day and dropped back off, so about the same place where it started, not very high up there. And looking at our tectonic movement, we did see it started out okay and quiet during the mid or early morning hours, and somewhere near midday onward it continued right into the evening hours with a little bit of activity. So there's something there. Hopefully that is okay. And let's see if we can go to our next chart. Will be the one for Krusevik. And Krusevik will tell us what's going on. The ODF chart is, or sensor is located just at the top northern end of Fragedalfjall, and this is Krusevik, and this is slightly southeast of that sensor. And of course, it gives you more of what's in the Krusevik area. The next one we look at is the HRV, and it's right on the eastern side. So these are all over on the eastern side. This is a little bit more northeast as well, I guess. Anyway, a slight uptick in magmatic activity, and then a drop down again, just about identical to what we see over at the ODF chart, and a little bit less there for our tectonic movement, and not quite as thick. So interesting, but it did kind of exhibit almost the same quirks. Let's take a look at our next one, and that'll be the HRV, and where is it? There it is, HRV chart. This one is to the east of Fragedalfjall, and we see it had a slight increase and dropped quite a ways down there with our magmatic, and then our
seismicity and tectonic action are just about equal here down on the bottom end, with some little quakes happening. So obviously something is shaking. We'll take a look at the next one. That'll be Grindavik, and we'll have a look at that guy. There is the Grindavik chart, same darn thing as far as our magmatic seismicity, and almost identical to our ODF chart with what we're seeing here on the tectonic movement as well. So I'm kind of thinking this may be a tectonic in nature. Looking at what we see up at Grimsey, it started out pretty flat,
and that had a big jolt upward as far as our magmatic, and it dropped off a little bit. It stayed fairly active. Seismicity kind of followed suit, but not quite as high up, and again leveled off fairly steady there. And looking at what we've got here on our tectonic movement, about the same. Maybe not quite as intense, but very close to the same appearance. We see the ebbs and flows, if you will. So that is basically telling you most of what we've seen up there is tectonic movement. So that is all good. Anyway, let's go to the next one, Auslandsmunga, and that is, where is it? Somewhere in here. That's just north of Katlau, and there it is. They turned the sensor back on. Yay! Anyway, we do see the decline there of magmatic activity, seismicity going crazy in the background, and we can see some green little twigs sticking up here. Not sure what that's all about, and same thing goes for our tectonic. A little bit of action or movement there. I don't believe that is magmatic in nature, but one never knows. And looking at the last one for today, that is Askja, and that is kind of centrally located, or a little bit more on the eastern side of central, but nonetheless quite alone out there, if you will. Anyway, Askja, slight increase, a slight decrease, and leveled out at about the same place where it started, magmatic wise. Same thing goes for our seismicity, and we see a lot of little spikes in here, so I'm assuming we're going to have some small quakes, but nothing serious by the looks of the weight of the line here. So I'm going to think that it is likely just some normal grinding and movement that we would see. Next one we want to go to, and the computer didn't change that one on me. That is good, and that is our wonderful earthquake map for Hawaii. And of course, with these earthquakes, and we see we only have 35 today. So not that many, 35 earthquakes in the last 24 hours. We want to turn our plate boundaries back on here, and the sensor locations. There we go. So I know it makes it a little bit busier map, but let's have a look and see what's happening down here in the Reykjanes Peninsula. First off, just to point out that outline right there, that's our Fræðarfjall area in here. And if we zoom in a little bit, you can see that is where Ragnar is, Siggy Fisher, and Rebbe over here. So pretty cool. Anyway, let's take a look at these. So down here is where the lighthouse is, and then the gaseous steam geyser there is venting right from there, and the power plant over there, just to give you a little bit a better idea. And this is a 5.2 kilometers down from 1:27 a.m. Let's move over, and there of course is the Blue Lagoon, the power plant, and the hotel, and there's Thorbjorn, and we go over here and we'll take a look. There's a few little quakes, 0.3, 4.7 kilometers down, 1647. This one is from 6:59 a.m., a 0.42. 4.6 kilometers down, and this one is a magnitude 1, 5.8 kilometers down from 117. Moving over into our Fræðarfjall area, we only see 2 quakes there, and these are way down here in Nathagi, actually. Looks like from 5:18 a.m., a 0.44, 2.1 kilometers down for him, and this is in Nathagi as well. But right at the bottom end of the decline there, where all that pressure is on it, from the weight of the lava that's cooled. Anyway, at 5:21 a.m., 0.64, 1.75 is the time on, or sorry, yeah. What did I say? yeah, 1.75 is the depth, and that's what I wanted to say. There we go. Anyway, here's your sensors. So that's the ODF sensor there. This one over here is the Krivik one. Oh, hang on. It's here somewhere. I think that might be, no, that's not Krivik. Where is a Krivik? The Krivik sensor, I missed it. Anyway, that's okay. Over here, though, is the HRV sensor. And then you have another one down here, LAT. And this is the, that's not Grindavik. Where's Grindavik? Down here. There's Grindavik down on the bottom. So it gets a lot of interaction with Philadelphia. Anyway, if you get this map, you guys can always turn those on the option here, seismometers, and you can check it all out. If you go with the other map or with the charts, then you can see where they're located and go from there. Anyway, let's carry on with the other quakes here. So we got a 0.76, 3.9 kilometers down, 7:37 this morning. From 1828, a 0.4, 4.4 kilometers down, a 0.9, 5.7 kilometers down from 1659, 0.1, 5.6 clicks down, 1624. If we zoom out and we see a few other ones there, 1.2, 3.4 kilometers down from 1802. Next is a 0.6, 3.4 kilometers down, and that's from 1948. This one is 8:37 a.m., 0.56, 135 meters down. And then we've got a 1.7, 6.2 kilometers down, 1609. And there we go, a 1 in magnitude and 200 meters down. And that is at Torfjokul. And that's from 2034, and that is today's. So that's interesting. And nothing over here at all at Katla. This is the other sensor we were looking at, Osmansmunga, and we didn't see anything. There's Eyjafjallajökull, nothing happening over there. Nothing happening at Grimsvatn either. We do have a 0.7, 1.1 kilometers down from 2:32 today. Thank you for the 4-minute warning, Sue. Pardon me. 0.8, 2.6 kilometers down from 18 minutes after 2300. 1.9, 1.1 clicks down from 2046. And 0.8, 0.7 or 700 meters down, 0.7 of a kilometer, and that's from 2036. Those are fairly deep underneath there, with the exception of that 700 meter one, and that is our wonderful Bardabunga there. Next one over here, we see a 0.6, 4.5 kilometers down, 2231. Not really doing much there. And there's Askja, nothing within the Askja range, and we do see this one a little bit outside. A 0.2, 4 kilometers down, 2336. This one is 43 minutes after midnight. A 0.2, 13.3 kilometers down. And these are just, well, I guess we'll call it right on Herdebreit, and that is a 0, 6.7 kilometers down, 2216, magnitude 1, 7.5 kilometers down from 1818, and 0.35, 4.2 kilometers down from 159. Moving up and taking a look, there's just absolutely nothing else in between. So let's have a look and see what we've got here. 0.9, 6.2 kilometers down from 2313, magnitude 1, 7.5 kilometers down, 1807. This one is also magnitude 1, 6.7 kilometers down, 2228. And then we've got a 1.1, 5.1 kilometers down, 1723. And a 0.9, 12.1 kilometers down from 1932. And a 0.8, 8 kilometers down from 2249. And let's see, magnitude 1 underneath there, 8.4 kilometers down from 1655.
So that gives you a little bit of an idea of those. And that looks like there's two sitting there. That's a 1.1, 7.1 kilometers down from 1646. What's the other one? 1.2, 6.8 kilometers down from 1649. So what? 1640? It's 3 minutes difference between the two. So it's not an echo. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I'm Billy Bob Joe, Billy Bob Joe, Billy Bob Joe. I hope it was a good dinner. And there is 1.2, 5.4 kilometers down, 2133. And that's it for our quakes in Iceland. Nothing really crazy happening there. All is quiet. We are waiting. We need lava. We need serious lava. Big time serious lava. So I'm hoping. Anyway, it's just about break time, ladies and gentlemen. So hopefully the signals are stabilized a little bit. I've been kind of keeping an eye on the actual buffering and stuff, and it does look, it's like it's kind of just steadied out, and hopefully it'll stay that way. Let's get us back over to our canned lava. I need to find it again. What happened? There it is. Okay, we'll turn that canned lava back on, and I will throw it back over there. There we go. So far the bit rates, well, they did jump a little bit when I switched, and we're holding steady again. All right, so that is all good. Let's throw some music on there. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, consider subscribing. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to go for a break, hear some music, and I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes with some wonderful bacon seeds for today. Thanks, and don't go away.
And there we go. The microphone is back on. Hopefully things have simmered down here, and our bit rates, well, they seem to be a little bit more stable. I see they're within about 200, which is a lot more stable. We previously were within 2000, so pretty awesome, and hopefully it'll stay that way. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Mars as well. And I tried to watch it yesterday, but was buffering bad. I gave up on it. Yeah, I think there might have been some solar storm interaction there or something, but as long as we're good now, that is the primary thing. And I see it's reasonable right now, so we should be getting most of our wonderful words through. Anyway, let's park our canned lava right there, and we'll get over to our bacon seeds. And that is the last one we've seen from yesterday, and welcome, Bob. Good to see you. Anyway, Piggy did send us a whole bunch more, and of course, today I'm just having one of those days, so I figured I'd show that guy again. I think we're going to keep that. Thanks, Grandma B. Anyway, let's get on to our first bacon seed, and that is this a lovely duo, and they're dressed up for Halloween. These two unicorns. That's what they are. We don't have pigs today. We got unicorns, and there are two unicorns on your screen. I know they're a little bit fuzzy. It's okay, but unicorns always are. You have snow too, Doc. What? Snow? We got snow? What are you talking about there, Brian? I'm not talking about unicorns. How about that one? That's a unicorn, isn't it? Sort of? Sort of? I don't know. I really don't know. I'm not a unicorn expert. Hopefully, and that is good for now. Anyway, and that's our second unicorn. Let's see if we got any more. Nope, that's not a unicorn. That's a pirate. Arr. Instead of oink, just imagine a pig running around going arr, 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 instead of oink, 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 oink. That would be kind of funny. Anyway, let's leave that guy be. We'll get on to the next one. Dr. Fox, did you see the aurora last night? The NOAA aurora map predicted a significant aurora in Edmonton last night. No, we had a very foggy slash snowy skies. So no aurora. Sorry, Mars. None. No good visibility. Arr. Here's another one dressed up for Halloween, and this is a princess with a face you gotta love, and that is awesome, and that is absolutely wonderful. Yep, ready to go trick-or-treating. And so a hogwash, well, rat's aurora gray, yep. Colorful snout, it is indeed. And looks like it needs a little hogwash there, and Sue is right. This one here, I did read there was a caption underneath the photo, and I actually pulled this one in here, and I was kind of trying to find more fillers. This one actually, this one said, "I want to be a cheeseburger." And I thought to myself, I don't think that looks like a cheeseburger. I think maybe that's the costume it wanted, a cheeseburger, and it got this one instead. I think that might be what it is. Anyway, let's go to our next one. A very good-looking pig. Yep, that's one of the ones that gets photographed quite often. Anyway, let's go here. This one is dressed up as Uncle Sam. No? Maybe? I have no idea. Very patriotic, though, so we got to give it to them, and that is pretty awesome. Hey, Grandma B, welcome, and we were just talking about you. Anyway, this one is very patriotic, and then of course here's that same pig that wanted to be a cheeseburger, and that's some pretty neat styles. I finally made it. Awesome, and I'm glad you made it. I'm still feeling like that, but it's okay. The Dolly a pig, yeah. Dolly a Pigton, no. Dolly Parton, no. Never mind. Bad music. Country music star. All right, let's get to the next bacon seed. And these are indeed little bacon seeds. These are two little ones, and dressed up in their PJs. And so that is all cool. Figured I would make sure we get those in there. Piggy did send those. And here's another one. This is a strawberry shortcake. Strawberry shortcake, and that is what that is. And that is an awesome costume for a little pig, and that is really neat. So there you go. And we have one last bacon seed left for today, and that is these two unicorns. There's two more unicorns, and I think they are wonderful. So it's been a unicorn of a day, and with I don't think we have even a single real unicorn in the shot. Oh wait, hang on. What's that one that's on this photo? The bottom one. No, hang on, that can't be real. What a nice big field. Yep, there you go. It looks less than thrilled. Yeah, these unicorns, and they have to go out and do magic now, and they don't know how. Anyway, let's leave that be. And thank you very, very kindly, Piggy, for those wonderful bacon seeds. And we will get on with stuff. Oh yeah, that pig ear. In German, there's a pastry. Let me grab that. I forgot. I downloaded it, but I forgot to load it up here. And the pig ear. Where is it? Schweineohr. Where are you? I did have it saved. There it is. I found it. All right. And this is. Oh, we gotta flip it here. Give me a second. We're gonna rotate it that way. And oops. There we go. So for those who like it, in Germany there is a pastry. It's called a Schweineohr or Schweineohren, if you get more than one. And that is pretty awesome. Those are yummy. Yes, they are. But I'm going to be honest. I do like the taste and everything, but they're not my favorite. In Germany, we have so many delicious pastries that a Schweineohren is not high on my list. I prefer to have some of the other ones. Bienenstinger and things like that. So what's in them? There's no filling. These are basically sugary, kind of a honey taste to it, but it's a pastry. I thought the only one in the that's the only one in the bakery. Yeah, that may be all what was left. They are quite delicious. Not my personal favorite, but they are quite delicious, and I would definitely eat them. We had a Scandinavian bakery near where I grew up, and they had stuff to die for. And yeah, Grandma B, I believe that. I really do. Hey, wonky donkey. We won't tell him that that translates to donkey ears. No? Okay, let's leave that. We'll hide the evidence really quickly. There we go. Okay, we were talking about unicorns, wonky donkey. Nothing to worry about. It's a puff pastry rolled with sugar, but Metal Omi, they have it's a honey glaze or something that they put on there as well, on the ones that I've had, and they are quite nice. I do like them, but they are very sugary, very sweet. All right, let's get over to our next one, and welcome, by the way, Metal Omi. Guten Abend. So there you go. Let's take a look here. We'll get rid of that banner. And that, of course, is our wonderful Popocatépetl in central Mexico. And let's see if we can improve that quality just a little. That is been doing its thing like that all day long. That's what the sugar does when it's baked. Ah, okay. But I've seen them literally put a honey glaze on it. And I don't know if that was just that one bakery, but maybe a bit of butter in there too. Yeah, maybe. I like that stuff. Butter goes a dark color though if you bake it too long or too much heat. Anyway, looking at Popocatépetl, that is 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City, and as you can see in the shots here, as we're going back in time, it was pretty steady up to around noonish, and earlier morning it was gone for a little while, resting its little soul. It's been putting out so much ash lately, and I don't know if it's just blowing off in the other direction and we're not seeing it at 9:02, but we know that it was pretty bad a little earlier, and there we go, 7:59 a.m. and even there was puffs coming out even earlier than that at 6:28, kind of in the golden times. And if we go all the way back at very early morning, that's what we were seeing there at 5:42. That's about as far back as we can go. Anyway, that is what it looked like. That wasn't bad. So I didn't see any lava popping out of there or anything like that. We'll leave that one smaller. We'll go to the next one, and that is our wonderful Fuego. So far, I'm only seeing Volcano Gray till I get back to about here. What do we got here? That is at 10:13. We see some puffing was going on, and pre that we had some clouds in the way, but it was throwing more material out. 9:08. We did see that. These aren't anywhere near as big as what they used to be, so let's take a look. Here's another one. This is at 8:40 a.m. and if we expedite that a little bit, you can see it was just a little puff, and that's unfortunate. And the little puff stuff was coming and doing its thing, and then going away again, unfortunately. So little puffs. Sending smoke signals, I think. That might be, is this an L and this is an I? I have no idea. Smoke signals. Discrete puff. Oh, okay. Your spider is getting chummy with your goblin. I did see that. The goblin is, that's actually the Reaper. And he's trying to get over to the ghosts. Last year he had the ghosts all to himself, or one of them, and he's trying to get back over there. It's not working. He seems to be tied down. The spider was trying to give him a push, but that just didn't go. Anyway, they're all covered in snow now, so they're just going to be kind of kicking back there for a while. Anyway, that is what we were seeing there. So pretty interesting to see that from our normal stuff. I guess for the most part from Fuego in Guatemala. And if we go back a little bit further here, we see some more of the little puffs very early, 6:37 this morning, and go right back to that is as far back as we can go, 6:24 a.m. And you can see there is a little bit of cloud taken off there, so that's likely from another puff. Anyway, let's put this one back on live. Unfortunately, we don't see a darn thing. Too much cloud in the way, but hey, it is what it is. And let's get over to our next shot. This is a Messiah volcano. Beautiful shot of volcano gray. Gotta love it. We actually have been doing pretty good with seeing Messiah. Let's see if we can improve it. Well, for a nighttime shot, that we can actually see some of the glow of the lava down in the caldera and the off-gassing. So at least that shows okay. That's 6:23 p.m. their time. And let's get to the next one. So that is Messiah in Nicaragua. Next one is not loaded, and that is Recon de la Vieja in Costa Rica, but it doesn't want to be on there. It's shy today. And looking at what we got here, obviously Laguna del Mole didn't open up, and this here is our wonderful Villarica. For the most part, it's been hiding in the clouds, but it did peek out there. Villarica is down in Chile, and there you see a couple split seconds of a video of it, and it is still off-gassing, doing its thing. So, yep, you've seen it there. So that should be okay, and we'll leave that guy be. Let's put that back over here. I'm going to put this back on live, just so we have what's going on there right now. And we'll move on to our next volcano, and that is Merapi, and we'll see if Merapi will make us happy. And I got to get on the right buttons here. There we go. So 7:26 a.m. there in Merapi. Let's see if we can back that up a little bit. And so far I'm not impressed with what I'm seeing. It doesn't look that good. Oh, we did have some lava there. Let's back that up a little bit and see where that came from. That might be right around here. Let's see if we back that up. And okay, so it did come out of one of the vents. This is at 4:31 a.m. and we did see it move down fairly far. This unfortunately is the IR cam and not the color cam. Otherwise, it would look a whole bunch different, but hey, it is what it is. Thank you, Sue, for that 4-minute warning. And we do see that moving downward, so that is kind of nice to see the bacon on the move, and that is definitely spreading out in a very, very wide delta going down the hill. So you know the effusive lava has filled up all those ravines and big crevices that were open previously on that side of the mountain, and I'm sure it's going to do the same thing with the other ones if they get more persistent flows. Anyway, let's see if we can back up a little bit more here. I know there was some stuff here hiding in the clouds, and it's always hard to deal with when you got clouds. This stuff here, you can see it coming out, but if we expedite this and move it on, you can see that cloud is really, really heavy right in there, and then you can see the glow all of a sudden up at the top of more lava coming down, and that is kind of neat to see, but not the best clarity that we were hoping for. And here's another situation, this one here will show you a little bit more. This is at 2:17. It had a flow already, and then we see it light up again. Let's see if we can get it to do that. Multiple flows at that time. We did see it come down this side as well as over here of the other two vents. So pretty awesome to see that multi-vent eruption. And you can see that it was going out of all three of them. Maybe a fourth one up in the top as well. So pretty cool, pretty awesome, and nice to see that. And again, if we go back even earlier, we did have a multitude of those. So let's go look again here. This is at 107. Again, you see that trail down the other side. Although most of it is still coming down that main path that we had previously. So pretty awesome there, and it did it again and again and again. So if you know, you rinse and repeat several dozen times, it does start to look the same all the time. This is at 2234, and again you see that material moving down the hill fairly nicely on the IR cam, and then of course some cloud work in the way. So yep, Merapi definitely makes us happy today. I will give it a thumbs up for a lava goodness, and even though the clouds are in the way somewhat. All right, let's leave that one be. Let's go to our next one, and we're going to make that one a little bit bigger. This is Mount Ruapehu, maybe, sort of. There it is. Very windy Mount Ruapehu. It's 13:30 or 1:30 in the afternoon. If we go back here, we do see the volcano a little bit right there, and that is at 12:34. We don't see anything coming out of it, and we're not going to spend a lot of time on it. So let's leave it there. That is a very snow-covered Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand on the southern end of the Taupo Lake, in a way. Let's take a look at the other one here, and this is Taupo, and we'll get that in the right spot. So yep, back there somewhere is Mount Ruapehu, but the big lake here, that is the caldera for Taupo. Taupo, of course, is a super volcano, and it's being quiet right now, so that's pretty awesome. A little bit of wind happening there, and lots of clouds, as you can see, and we won't dwell on it. Well, this wonderful shot is courtesy of the Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo, and if you get a room there, you get that lovely view of the lake and the volcanoes in the background. On that friendly note, it is a time for me to go take a break, ladies and gentlemen. So hopefully everything is hanging in there, and we'll get that canned lava moving again. And there we go. All right. So hope it's not buffering. Hope it's holding in there, and keeping my fingers crossed. It's a Pepsi time. You bet. There, Mars. All right, for those who haven't yet hit the like button, please give it a quick bop. That'd be awesome. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That would be great as well. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, and I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Here comes some music. Keep smiling. Okay, how about now? Do you hear me now? Welcome, Nancy. Good to see you. And thanks for the welcome backs from Sue. And I don't hear you, DrFox2000 from Mars. And I hear you, Doctor back 2000 backs. Okay, that's all cool. All right, I hear you now, DrFox2000. I can't do that. My voice is not going to handle that. So let's leave it. Thanks, Farron. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, I hit that button, but I guess the mic didn't turn on. I got to do that a little bit more carefully. Anyway, all good. So let's park our can lava and rest of the voice. And Billy Bob Joe says 5x5. I'm trying to figure out, is that 5x5? Is that readability 5 and strength 5x5, or is that just 5 inches by 5 inches, or is what is that 5x5? Anyway, I'm just being a wise guy. Never mind, it's all good. I guess it's a 25. Yep. Or well, it's better than being 2x4, or a 4x4, or something like that. Anyway, let's we'll carry on here. Nancy says, Dr. Fox, not a Dr. Back, a typo. Dr. Back typo. I didn't think that was. Oh, and Nancy's age 25. Awesome. I don't know if your daughter will buy that though. Oh, anyway, there we go. We're over to our next volcano, and that is Semeru, and that is live. Derek is there saying good evening, everyone, and Dr. Fox 2000. Awesome. Anyway, Semeru, East Java, and that is nice to see. Indonesia. Let's see. In between here, we kind of sort of did see a little bit. I'm just kind of scanning around and trying to spot it. Let's see if it'll come up. There we go. A little tiny puff coming out the top. And I wanted to hit that point. And prior to that, it was kind of yucky as far as some of the cloud work for a little while. And it rolled in and rolled out. But prior to that, we did have a little bit more peace and quiet up on the top, if you will. And it did look like there might have been some more pluming. I don't know if that cloud work is from there or something else. But if we go back into the wee hours here, we do see that fog was starting to roll back in on the bottom levels here, and not so good a visibility up top. So that is what's happening at our wonderful Semeru, and yeah, it doesn't matter if I increase the quality or not, it just still doesn't show. And during the night, we didn't see a heck of a lot. The cloud slash haze was obscuring most of the volcano, unfortunately. So again, Semeru, I don't know, not a good look, but it looks like there was a little bit of a gaseous plume there. But unfortunately, you know, it is what it is. Volcano watching, sometimes we get skunked 10 days in a row, and other times we see it right away. So we'll live with what we've got, and that is what's going on there right now. So unfortunately, I'm not able to tell really what they've got. Anyway, let's put that back onto live, and we'll see what it will look like. We're going to make that one smaller. We're going to go over to our next one, double check and see if Lava TV Cams has anything new. And he does for today. So we're going to have a look at that, and we'll see if we can increase that. Yeah, come on, add. We've got 2 ads apparently. He's got ads on there. but hey, I can't blame him. He's got to get something out of it. So we'll let, every once in a while, we'll let one play. And there we increased, oh, that quality has to be better. There we go. All right, and there is Mayon, a Mayon volcano, and this is from earlier today. And you can see, obviously, a plume coming off of the top, and definitely dumping down. Well, you can see in the forefront here that lava trail has come down quite a ways. We know a lot of it comes down this side over here, and I don't know how much actually goes off in the other direction. I haven't seen that side of the volcano, so that is what it is. It's a pretty nice shape, a very conical volcano, one that you would think, hey, this is the way volcanoes should look, right? But it is what it is, and we like it. It's an awesome sight. If we move that ahead a little bit, we'll see the plumes move around a little bit, so you know it's off-gassing continuously. And moving on a little bit more, we see that a cloud creeping up behind it here, so hard to tell if that is some moisture from the cloud getting in there and causing it to expand a little. So hey, Kimberly is here. Welcome, Kimberly. And let's see if we can go up there a little bit more. Yep, there we go. Kind of the same view though. Don't see anything else really major going on. There was a little bit more clarity up at the top, and we zoomed in a little bit more there, and you can see off-gassing, but we can't see a heck of a lot of other stuff. No lava visible as per se, and maybe these are little tiny phoenix clouds, I don't know. But that is what we've got happening at Mayon today, so that is all right. And thanks to Lava TV cabs there in the Philippines for that. We'll leave that one be. We'll go to our next one, see if maybe Ta'al Meditation has something new. And no, nothing since 4 weeks. Let's go over to the other one, Madame Rutsa. Oh, I didn't load her latest one. Let's get on there, and we'll get the one for today, and that is this one here. And we're looking at Ta'al volcano in the background there, and you can see it. Yeah, if we pause it, whoop, right there. So you can see the plumes right in here, and then coming out of this side here. So interesting to see that. Definitely something to look at, and pretty awesome. And yeah, I will do that later. I'm gonna help her out a little bit there. All right, we'll leave that be though. So that is Madame Roots' stuff. Awesome. And we'll put it back on this one so I can find that later. Next volcano on our list is, I don't know if it's that dark there already. Let's see if we can spot it. No, it's not quite that dark there. But that is Yellowstone National Park. It is getting darker earlier every day. So for us to be able to see anything there is actually kind of a surprise right now. They do have some very heavy clouds over top. May even be raining or something off in the distance. But you can see multiple vents, geysers throwing out steam all over the place. There are over 500 active geysers in Yellowstone, and of course we encourage you to go grab that link. Thanks, Sue, for bringing it up, and that will get you this page, so you can always go there and have a look. Now they are getting close to winter season there, so there'll be a lot less activity in Yellowstone from here on forward, I think. So as things get colder outside, less people show up. Let's carry on though. Let's go to our next group of volcanoes, and that is over in Japan. So let's see if we can get Japan on the screen. Unfortunately, we missed the ice cream boat by just a couple of minutes. There it is, and floating away. And I don't know when the next one is coming in. But that is in Japan. There's your ice cream boat. Speedboat might catch it. I don't know. We'll see if the speedboat can make it. Anyway, let's take a look at what's this in the background. We call that a volcano. That happens to be Sakurajima, and that is right near Kagoshima in Japan. Sue's on her way with the speedboat. Awesome. And let's go take a look at the other shots here. They still don't have this one set to full alive here. Well, it's alive, but I don't know, why is it buffering? Do we have to refresh that one? I think we might have to refresh it. Well, let's see. They got commercials. And skip that and see. Yep, there it is. So that is our wonderful Sakurajima. Has some cloud right over top of it. It looks like we may be getting something out of there right now. Let's take a look at the close-up cam and see if we can get that to live. Whoop. We were almost live. Play. No, that's a shadowing. That's what we were seeing on the other one. I thought that was a plume coming up, but it's a shadow in the background here. So that is pretty awesome. That's this area. So pretty close up, and we can see the bottom vent here is definitely throwing out some material or gases and light tephra. Ash material, and the other ones aren't doing quite as much. So that is kind of what we're seeing there for that one, and we'll make this one a little bit smaller too. Let's carry on to the next one. This is Aso. Aso is to the north of our wonderful Sakurajima, and it is doing not so much today. We do see some steam coming out of that small caldera. It acts like a bowl every time it rains. All that water gets trapped in there. The floor of that caldera area happens to be quite warm, and it causes the water to steam off. In addition to steam, there's also SO2 gas coming out of there. So that is what's going on. And that is only a very, very small portion of the entire volcano, which is Aso. That caldera is technically, it's a super volcano. So really, really huge thing. Anyway, if we go back a bunch of hours here, I want to see if it was doing a little bit more, and it was earlier. You can see a little bit more off-gassing as the sun was rising. And even in the silhouette mode here, we see that. So pretty awesome. Anyway, let's leave that be, and then we'll go over to Aso. And this is Aso. This is, no, not Aso. This is Asama. My bad. Asama. Asama-san is about 100 kilometers to the west of Tokyo, slightly northwest. But right now it's covered up with all kinds of cloud material. It's in there somewhere, and if we go there, we can kind of sort of see it is there. But let's see if we can find a spot where it looked a little better. Well, this one you can see, 7:51 a.m. You can see right there that it was off-gassing, throwing out some material, gases, etc. And if we go back a little bit further with less cloud in the way, we see more of that material coming out of the volcano. So as of late, it's been doing a fair amount of SO2 again, so we'll see what happens if those levels go up and down a little bit. There is a nighttime shot from 5:09 a.m. and we definitely see some off-gassing up top. And let's see if we go back a little bit further, and that is at 3:26 a.m. I definitely see it there. and even further back, this should be about 8 hours and 50 minutes ago at 1:09 a.m. Definitely off gassing. And if we go even further back, this is from 23:30. Definitely see it there, and we'll go all the way back now and see what we had about 12 hours ago at 22:03, and that is pretty awesome. So we see it there. That's actually kind of moonlit, so a really nice shot there to be able to see that. All right, putting it back on live and making it smaller. Let's get back over here at that ice cream boat. Yes, 2 pistachios, one for Doc and one for Kimberly. All right. Pistachio. Thank you, Sue. 3 times chocolate for Sharon Stewart. I got myself a tiger tail. Yum. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, and that is incredible. And anyway, we'll leave that guy be. Actually, it is. You better go see the vet, Sue. Wonky donkey, it's not contagious. Seriously, it's not. You don't have to worry about it. And no tigers were harmed in the making of that ice cream. All right. So speaking of ice cream, here comes the other ice cream boat. It's coming in, and it will be docking shortly. So at least you know you've got, if you want to go get seconds, you can head on down to the dock, and there it is. It's coming in, and we do see it right in there. So it will dock over here, and you can go get your second bout of ice cream if you like. That's a bout, or is that boat? Second boat of ice cream? Oh, I'm being punny. Bad humor like Mars 2028. All right, it is time for me to go take a break. After the break, we'll go take a peek at our earthquakes and see what's happening around the world. Oh no, hang on, I'm forgetting something. What am I forgetting? We do a show on volcanoes. Do I have to do a volcano report? How many volcanoes we got in that volcano report? Oh my God, there's like 1 million. Okay. Volcano report. Huh. Go figure. In a show like this, huh? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Anyway, the ice cream boat is inbound. Let's see if we can get over to... Well, we may not do the volcano report right away, but we already know what we're going to do. We're going to do 2 other field reports, and those will be on a couple of different volcanoes. So let's go over there. And the first one will be of Brahma volcano, East Java, Indonesia. Another one Yvonne can go look at. Continuous glowing steam emissions suggest a rise of magma. Yeah, there's spots down there. That is a pretty awesome shot. Ongoing glowing steam from the summit crater at Bromo. Sorry, I said Brahma. It's Bromo volcano in the night of the 21st of October. Image PVMBG, and there we go. Matt and Jen throws in a gift membership. That is awesome. First one of the day, and thank you, Matt and Jen. There we go. And I gifted one, and Andy, what is it? Morganti, I got it. Andy Morganti, congratulations, and thank you, Matt and Jen. Anyway, there is Bromo, and that is East Java, Sentinel-2 image. You can see the lava spot right there, and that is kind of cool. And heat anomaly within the summit crater at Bromo, visible through the satellite, and that is pretty cool. And there's a zoom onto the cone of Bromo from the satellite image that we previously looked at, and that is pretty cool. And Bromo is puffin. Bromo is a puffin, and there is Gunung Bromo and Gunung Batok right there, those two. And yeah, cool. NASA's space image of a Bromo volcano located inside the Tengger caldera. And that is another caldera. It's a caldera within a caldera within a caldera. Anyway, let's see what else we got. This is unrelated, so we can get rid of that. And it says the PVMBG reported that a strong active degassing continues from the crater. Copious gas and steam emissions have been rising 700 meters above the summit, associated with the ongoing glow, indicating a rise of magma from the magma chamber. No ash emissions have been detected so far. The plume contains SO2 at about 4.3 parts per million, and hydrogen sulfide H2S, and that is a 1.7 parts per 2 million. SO2 emissions levels exceed the mean threshold, posing a threat to human health. Yeah, don't be breathing it. And the recent Sentinel-2 satellite image from October 22nd shows the continuous thermal anomaly within the crater since May, as seismic recordings and continue to monitor the lasting volcanic tremor within with a maximum amplitude of 1 millimeter. The electronic tilt meter monitors continues to record the edifice to be uplifted by 40 microradians on the tangential axis, and 50 microradians on the radial axis since May. And I know that's way over our heads, right? Let's leave that be. Anyway, that is what we've got going on at Bromo. The other one is Bulusan. Let's do that one real quick. Bulusan volcano, Luzon Island, Philippines, and that is Mayon's neighbor, kind of, sort of. Elevated seismic activity, inflation on the southern slope continues, and the Phil-Volks seismic network monitored an increase in seismic activity at the volcano over the past 10 days. 87 earthquakes in total recorded on October 14th, of which 29 were volcano tectonic in origin, associated with a rock fracturing, generating an elevated seismic energy. Quakes were located beneath the southern and western sectors of the edifice at 1 to 8 kilometers in depth. And they're talking about SO2, 241 tons on October 19th, and not that bad. Significant increase in carbon dioxide emissions have been measured during June to August. The volcano's gas reaching the shallow hydrothermal system may lead to a sudden violent steam-driven so-called phreatic eruptions. So yeah, we could see a phreatic eruption. Anyway, not that much there at Bulusan to look at, so we'll leave that be. This one is something else. Okay, and we'll leave that be. I'm going to put it back on this so I know where I'm at. I'm going to get rid of those. and we'll put this back over here, and we'll get that going. So for those good people who are here, please do give it a quick bop on that like button if you haven't done that as of yet. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. On that friendly note, keep smiling, be good, be kind. I'm going to go take a break. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Here's some music. Thanks. go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Nancy Buchanan and Sue Hayes. Thank you and appreciate that. And yep, I did see Andy. I did pop in there. Congratulations, Andy, on getting that free membership. And thanks to Matt and Jen for throwing that in there. And Sharon Stewart saying, I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. And thanks, Kimberly. And all good. So, hey, that is pretty cool. We need to do this thing called a volcano report. So let's do that now. And then after that, we'll get over to do some earthquakes and see what's shaking. So for late Sunday's volcanic activity, 4 volcanoes on the list. Klyushevskoye, Kamchatka Peninsula, Russia, volcanic ash emissions continuing to 18,000 feet, 5,500 meters, reported at 1815. Fuego in Guatemala, minor volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet, 4,900 meters, reported at 1815. Ibu and Halmahera Island, Indonesia, a volcanic ash to 10,000 feet. I think it got mad at Dukono for only that 8,000 feet because it was previously 7,000 feet from Ibu. And Ibu had to put out a little bit more and show Dukono who's boss. Anyway, that is 10,000 feet or 3,000 meters, reported at 2330. And the other one is Dukono, Halmahera Island, Indonesia, continues volcanic ash to 8,000 feet, 2,400 meters, reported at 2345. And for Monday's volcanic activity, we have 12 volcanoes on the list. Mayon, Luzon Island in the Philippines, eruption 2, 9,000 feet, 2,700 meters, reported at 30 minutes after midnight and again at 9:30 a.m. So pretty awesome. And Popocatépetl, central Mexico, volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet for 6,400 meters, reported at 1 a.m. Large volcanic ash emissions seen in satellite and a webcam to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 11:30. Sporadic emissions of volcanic ash reported at 1900 for Popocatépetl in Mexico. And next one is Lualtolak, Lualtolak in Lesser Sunda Island, Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters, reported at 1:15 a.m. and to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 10 a.m. Klyushevskoye in Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia, very busy. Volcanic ash emissions to 18,000 feet, 5,500 meters, reported at 4:55 a.m. Volcanic ash emissions continuing to 18,000 feet, 5,500 meters, also reported at 12:15 in the afternoon, and again at 18:15. So 6 hours later at 6:15 in the evening. So busy for Klyushevskoye. And the next one is Fuego, Guatemala. Continuing light volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet, 4,900 meters, reported at 5:15 a.m. Volcanic ash seen in satellite imagery to 16,000 feet or 4,900 meters, reported at 16:45. Bromo, East Java, Indonesia, we already had a look at that. And Bulusan on Luzon Island in the Philippines, and we also had a look at that, so we don't need to go over those. Sakurajima in Japan, volcanic ash to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters, 10:30 this morning. and erupted to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters at 1930. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, a VONA report and a scene in satellite and webcam to 19,500 feet or 5,900 meters, reported at 12:15 today. Sangay in Ecuador, a VONA report of volcanic ash reported at 13:45. Sabancaya in Peru, a volcanic ash reported at 1400. And Suwanoshi-jima in Japan erupted to 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters, reported at 1745. And that is our wonderful volcano report for today. And thank you, Sue, for sending that in. Those other two we had a look at already. And that was Bulasan. And what was the other one? Darn it, I forgot already. Bromo. Yep, that was the other one that we seen. So that one being on Java, that might be interesting if it pops. Maybe Yvonne could go over there and have a look while she is there in. Right now, she's in Central Java. She's near Merapi, but that is always interesting. We'll see what happens. Anyway, let's go over and take a look at our wonderful earthquakes around the planet. And I will see if I can get myself on the right screen here. And there we go. So looking at what we've got, let's start out with where we usually start, up here in the Kamchatka Peninsula. We don't see anything right there. We do have one in the Kuril Islands. We'll get them on the way up from Japan. So nothing there. Nothing. Everything looks pretty much quiet there in our wonderful Aleutian Islands in Alaska. Most of everything in Alaska is pretty quiet too. This one is way up here, a 3.6 though. What is it? Chaldeistic, whatever, Alaska, from 1949 yesterday, 10 kilometers down for that 3.6. Anyway, going down the coast here a little bit, we had a 3.1 there in Washington yesterday's as well at 2041, 29.4 kilometers down, and really nothing too major here. 2.4 near Petrolia, not going to worry about that. It's very small. I don't see anything else happening out there. Are normal ones in Texas and stuff like that. Nothing crazy going on in Central America either. A little bit more activity over there. Mona Passage over there, and that's kind of real close to Puerto Rico. From 1412 is the time on that, 3.0 at 20.8 kilometers down. Next one is this one, and that is in Colombia, 3.6, fairly small. Yesterday's 23.23 and 7.9 kilometers down. Sliding down the coast here, and we get to this one in Chile, and that's a 4.3, and that's from 217, 107.1 kilometers down, and that is our Chilean stuff. Nothing new over here in the South Sandwich Islands. We'll carry on here and just zoom out for a second. We don't see anything on the lower ridges here, so we'll zoom back in, and we will zoom in and take a look. And this is New Zealand, and that is on the South Island, and we have a 4.1 from 1607, and that is 58.7 kilometers down. That is, or is it in the water? It's actually in the water. It's not on land, but you can see where it is, right there beside these aliens. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe some kind of fish farming. But anyway, that's where the quake was, and it shook up some fish. So that's what we got going on there. Anyway, that one's not that big, so I'm not going to worry about it. This next one over here in the Kermadec Ridge area, Kermadec Islands, 5.2, and that's from 1702 today. 37.3 kilometers down for that. Nothing in Tonga, nothing in Fiji, and nothing here in Vanuatu. Moving up, we don't see anything in Solomon. We get over to Papua New Guinea though. We do see a 5.3 Balulu, Papua New Guinea, I guess is what it's called, and 1724, 54 kilometers down for that guy. The other one over there, 4.6, and that's from 10:47 a.m., 89.3 kilometers down. Madang, that happened there. Anyway, let's continue on. We'll get to that one in a second. We're going to take a look here at everything coming up to Java. Don't see anything in Java, don't see anything on Sumatra. And we'll get over to this guy here. And that's Maba, a 5.0 from 9:30 this morning, and 10.5 kilometers down for him. And moving up, we don't see anything else in the Philippines. We get up to Taiwan though. We have a 4.4, 7:19 a.m. and that's 16.9 kilometers down. The other one out here is a 5.9, and that's actually in the Japanese islands. But that would have really shaken up that whole area. So definitely one for Taiwan as well. Happened at 17:05. And that was 35.2 kilometers down. There we go. So yeah, that's a sizable quake of 5.9. Now going into Japan, we don't see anything else in Japan. Just this one up here in the Kuril Islands region there, and that's from 10:01, 85.8 kilometers down for that 4.5 in the magnitude. Real quick look here, China has this one, 4.3 from 1647, 10 kilometers down for him. Looking up in the northern regions, don't see anything else there. Southern areas here, nothing there, nothing in Africa, and nothing going on in Tajikistan and those places either. Now, remember I mentioned that we're going to see more stuff here. Well, because of this one, that 5.3, and basically, you know, looking at it, it's the microplate, the Arabian microplate is moving again. So this is another new quake in Turkey. It's a 4.2. I think we're going to see a few more of those in there, and hopefully they'll not be too big. They're smaller ones. Everybody is okay with that. Western Turkey, we still see the old one. The Aegean Sea is not bad. And this one down here, just south of Crete on the Hellenian Arc, doing its thing. The other two in Greece, I don't think they're anything major. Nothing over here near Sicily. And we'll zoom back out. We don't see any other quakes kicking around. Let's just zoom into Hawaii real quick. And we'll run through this really fast because it's almost break time. Anyway, Pahala region, everything between 26 and 37 kilometers down. This one is a 2.0 from 1827, and that is actually 24.8 kilometers down. A little odd. Anyway, this is a 1.8 from 1503. 31 clicks down. This is a 2.1 from 1610, 30.8 clicks down. This one is a 1.5 from yesterday at 2054, 30 kilometers down. Next one, 1.8 from 1712 today. Take 4 hours off to get a real time. That's the difference between my time and theirs. So 4 hours till we hit daylight savings times, and it'll drop back to 3. Anyway, 2.3 in magnitude from 1431, 33.3 clicks down. And this is a 2.2, and that happened yesterday at 2350, 32.1 clicks down. This one over here was a 2.1 from 1610, 30.8 kilometers down, and getting closer to our Kilauea. This one is a 2.0, 1.3 kilometers down, happened at 6:54 a.m. Next one on the list, 1.8 from 22, 800 meters above sea level. 2.5 from today at 18:16, 2.8 clicks down. This is a 1.9, 6:08 this morning, 2.9 clicks down. 1.7 from 2 minutes after 2000 yesterday, 3.1 clicks down. We've got this one here is 1.9 from 11:55, 5.2 clicks down. And we'll zoom in a little bit here, get these other ones out. 1.7 from 22:23 yesterday, 2.2 clicks down. This is a 1.7 from 23:06 yesterday, 2 kilometers down. This one is a 1.8 from today, 9:56 a.m., 1.5 kilometers down. This 1.9 from 11:20 today, 1.8 kilometers down. 1.9 from 16:08, 2.1 kilometers down. This is a 1.7 from yesterday at 2024, and it's a 1.4 kilometers down. This is a 2.0 from 11:46, 2.3 clicks down, and this is a 1.9 from 14:47, 1.7 kilometers down for him, and a 2.0 at 10:44 a.m. 2.2 clicks down, and this last one, 2.3 from 16:09, 1.7 kilometers down. And that's all your quakes for Hawaii, and everything there in Hawaii is on the Big Island, of course. So that is what we've seen, and that's what we've got. We'll close that one out. And we will put you back on the canned lava. It is time for me to take a break, ladies and gentlemen, so keep smiling. We'll make that lava churn away. And for all those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing and help us out grow the channel. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in snowy Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And I'm going to go take a break. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Keep smiling, and we'll have, let's see, SO2 after the break. Don't go away. Thanks. that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. I thought I had to sneeze. I might sneeze yet. Okay, maybe I won't. All right. That should be okay. And thanks Sue and Mars and Diane and I hear you, DrFox2000. And thanks Nancy as well. And oh, mummy of hamsters, I see you there. I will take the snow. Is there a snow shipping cartel? Wonky Donkey, Wonky, get the trucks over here. You're gonna haul snow down to San Francisco. It's all good. It's all good. Get the guys lined up. We're gonna get the trucks going and get it down there to Sharon. We can melt it and put it in liquid form, and then we can refreeze it when it gets there, so we can get maximum capacity there for you, and that'll be awesome. And thank you, Wonky Donkey. Welcome back, Dr. Sneezes. Yeah, I was going to, but it didn't come yet. I'm sure it's going to get me when I'm not looking. But anyway, let's go get something that causes you to sneeze. And that's some SO2. And we'll see if that'll happen. So let's go over to the SO2 map. I'm going to get that canned lava stopped though. There we go. And off to SO2 land. And let's get on the right screen. Okay, so a quick peek at the northern continent. Or northern hemisphere, I should say. Not bad looking today. A lot more blue up in there that we haven't seen for a while, so that is awesome. Now let's have a look at that bottom end here as well. Okay, where's this coming from? This is a newish looking, and I'm not sure where all that was coming from, so well, let's see what goes on. A neat spiral here north of Vanuatu. We know that's from there, so looking pretty good. Anyway, let's zoom in here, Kamchatka Peninsula, and it looks like everything is heading northward, so we'll go from the bottom to the top. So we got Chikaransky and we got Ibiko out here in Paramashir Island, and we've got Matnovsky down here. And then over on the other side here, we've got Karimsky, and then we're going up a little bit more, Klyashevskoy, Bulusan, and no, not Bulusan, Bezimiani, no, what is it? Bezimiani? Something like that. And then Shevlesh. Bulusan is way down there in the Philippines. He's got nothing to do with it. He's down here. Down there. Okay, never mind. All right, I go back up here. So that's what's going on there, and that's all going northward and getting up here into the Bering Sea, Bering Strait. Cleveland is off-gassing. Oh boy, I don't know if I want to know that. So Cleveland volcano is off-gassing in the Aleutian Islands here. We also see some stuff coming from our other wonderful one, and that's Sheldon in this area, so still some off-gassing happening there, and quite a bit of that material still lingering here in the Pacific, and of course going back up into Alaska, and then back down through the circulations, and we see it infiltrating into British Columbia, heaviest down here in the bottom end, just for Bob. Bob, C&D boy, are you wearing your gas mask today? We have high levels and concentrations of the stuff you don't want. You're over 10 in that area, so definitely make sure you have your gas mask on. That is a toxic material. Anyway, looking at most of Alaska, well, half of it is okay. Yukon, not that bad. Northwest Territories, not too bad. And none of it is starting to clean up a whole bunch. Hopefully it will continue because it really wants none of it. Looking at British Columbia, just the sliver up on the top is clear. Alberta, we got a top and a bottom, a clear situation, but here in Edmonton, of course, 6.43 parts per million, I guess, and that's quite a bit. And we don't want that. Anyway, Saskatchewan has kind of the same thing, only they've got some streaks through there. Northern areas okay, same thing with Manitoba, but you can see where that band is going. And looks like right along the border here, everybody's getting it. Northern portions of our Ontario here definitely got some. And then from a little bit here in Quebec is clear as well, but looks like just right along the Great Lakes there for most of Ontario is okay, but till you get back down here onto the Panhandle, and we can see that stuff, of course, from it's well, it's still kind of swirling around here from a previous material, and that's coming across Wisconsin, Michigan, and so on, and that's down heavy in Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, down in Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina a little bit better. Florida's getting some of it too down there. Mississippi looks pretty heavy. But let's get back up over here to Canada. We see some of that residual stuff still heading across the northern portions of Quebec, and that'll move through Labrador without a doubt. And we are still seeing fairly heavy levels there in New Brunswick as well. Not so bad in Nova Scotia, part of PEI. And of course out here in Newfoundland they're looking a little better. I wouldn't want to be in Labrador. It doesn't look that good there. Seeing this, I don't know what that's all about. Did we have some kind of fire? I think that is some of that residual stuff that is moving off of the coast. Who is what? Who is everyone? What are you asking there, oh mummy of hamsters? How is everyone? Ah, that's the question. How is everyone? I figured it out all by myself. I'm good. Looking at western states, not bad at all. Northern Mexico is okay as well. And then looking down here, Mexico City, Popocatépetl, that stuff is being drawn out into that storm and be gotten rid of. So that's pretty good. We do still see some stuff pluming up along the interior of the coastline here of the Gulf of Mexico for most of the U.S. Not till you get down here to the Keys that it starts to clear up. And moving down a little bit more, looking at Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua, even, well, they're all coming into the Pacific. Then we see Costa Rica is going over into the Atlantic side there, or the Caribbean, if you will. And then, of course, Nevado del Ruiz, and we got a bunch of other ones doing their thing in Ecuador as well as Colombia. So that is ending up in the Pacific. As we continue to go further down, Semancayan, not so bad today. Same thing goes for Villarrica down here. Looks like a little heavier over in Rio, but that is pretty much normal levels anyway. Still this residual stuff here, from where it cometh, I have no idea. Maybe a suspect somewhere down here, but I can't guarantee it. And maybe Easter Island, I do not know. Anyway, moving over a bit more and looking over here at our White Isle volcano still off-gassing. And I'm wondering, is that kind of just hooking around, or do we have another something off-gassing in the water here? Tonga still doing its thing, and then of course we see Yasur from Vanuatu, and it's got its circulation going way out to the west, and then looks like that system is sitting right over top of Gawa and Neoba, taking away all that wonderful SO2, and even the ones here in Papua New Guinea are being drawn towards that. So that's kind of a big storm there from the looks of things. And the Luotalak, not so bad there. And then we get to Semaru. Wow, that is a pretty heavy duty. And that is not good for you if you're looking at those levels. 37.8, that's pretty high. Up here they've got 34.1, that's pretty high too. And hopefully, well, it's not so bad down here. This is where Yvonne was staying, so I'm assuming 7.4 or 7.5, not that bad. But hey, it is what it is. And moving over Jakarta, and I don't know if it's coming from Krakatau or not, but Jakarta definitely looks like it's the source of a lot of that SO2. May even have some from Dimpo on the other side here, adding to that mess. And of course, Kerinci and Marapi doing their thing. Singapore still a good producer of SO2, as well as Kuala Lumpur. And then in here we have Cinnabon doing its thing. And going over and looking at the big red spot, that of course is from Halmahera Island, and that is Ibu and Dakono both in a competition. One has plumes up to 8,000 feet. The other one is 10,000 feet. So I think Ibu is the 10,000 footer. Anyway, looking at what we've got, they were talking about Bulasan in the report. There's a Bulasan here, and really not doing much off-gassing from the looks of things. This is a Mayon, and that definitely is. And as we get over here, this is Taal. We've seen that earlier in Madam Rutz's quick report, that we've seen the off-gassing happening and definitely creating some extra SO2 there. Let's move on, and the Japanese islands still doing their thing. Taiwan, a lot of pollution from heavy industrial activity. And looking here, this is Suwanoshijima, and definitely has cranked up the SO2 levels. Sakurajima as well from here, and you can see it blowing to the east, northeast, and then ASO, and you can see what it's done. It's got quite a bit of an output there, and continues on to pollute the area. So ASO pushing out a lot of material, and getting up near Tokyo, and I'm kind of wondering here too, and we're seeing a little bit more. Are we seeing some underwater activity here, or is that residual stuff from earlier, from say Asama, or sorry, ASO? Don't know for sure. Anyway, not so bad in Tokyo. You can see it's a little bit pink, but nothing too crazy. And then out here you can see our wonderful Asama, and it's definitely doing its thing, adding a little bit more SO2. Sliding up, that gets us back into the Coral Islands. We already went there. And looking at China, Shanghai, quite heavy today. Hong Kong, not so bad. And Hanoi, I've never gone to Hanoi, but they got heavy levels there. Eastern portions of India, quite heavy. Even down in Sri Lanka, most of it is covered. And most of Pakistan is now seeing more SO2 too, as well. So looking at what we've got here, this is all pluming out from South Africa, from the gold smelting plants, and Democratic Republic of the Congo here, Nyamuragira and Nyiragongo, and that's what's going on there. And then we've got the coking plants there as well. And over here, Urta Ale, and doing its thing. These heavy spots, of course, are from the oil refineries in Iraq, Iran, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, as well as other places, like in Beirut there, and I think there's even some there in Israel, if I'm not mistaken. So, looking further over though, we see some very heavy levels up here in the Istanbul area of Turkey, up in the north. I don't know if there's industry up there, but not so good looking. And looks like our wonderful Piggy is getting some heavier levels where she is in Rhodes. Not so bad back home. That should be okay. And then we see over here Sicily. That is Mount Etna, and of course that is pluming out there. So Etna definitely doing its thing. Stromboli as well. You can definitely notice that red tinge around the Stromboli. And I'm not sure if we got anything happening. Not sure if this is residual stuff from Etna. I think it might be. That's getting around a volcano right now. So that's kind of what we got going on there. And yeah, Hungary, Serbia area is still fairly high as far as levels are concerned. And most of Europe isn't too bad. We get up into Holland, there's a little bit there. English Channel's got a little bit of SO2, and then of course northern Germany, a lot heavier over in Poland and that area. Denmark looking very clean, and Norway, Sweden, and Finland pretty darn good as well. Looks like Wales a little cleaner than England, and then up here we get Scotland doing okay. Ireland looks like it's got a good fresh air there for that wonderful Irish monk, and of course Northern Ireland as well. So that's not bad over there. And taking a look at Iceland, they must have the aluminum smelter on. We see the plume. Aluminum smelting is, that's what we got going on. Anyway, that's all that we've got on that wonderful report. So, pretty cool. I'm still kind of wondering where some of that SO2 is coming from. This stuff down here, it's always neat and interesting, and I don't think it would be emanating from the Antarctic itself, and not the ice sheets or the snow areas, because that's not melting right now. So it's going to be coming from something else, unless there's something underneath the ice and that is floating out, gases coming up the edges. Who knows? That might be warmer water. Maybe we should check into that one day. Water temperatures around the edges of the ice fields there. Anyway, I'm going to go take a break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we come back, we are going to go have a look at the weather map to see what kind of storms we got happening, and then we'll wrap up the show for today. And let's get that canned lava going. All right, keep smiling, be good, and one fish, thanks for popping in. And I'm going to put on that music, and I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. That microphone's back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Yeah, I like that picture. Thank you, Grandma B, for sending that in. That is awesome. And the one I'm talking about, of course, is that. That, for those who need to know, that's actually going after a mouse in there. That's why they do that. They can hear the mice rustling around down in the snow, and sometimes you gotta go for it. And you know how deep down they are. So yeah, that's what they gotta do. She sticks the landing. Way to go, Sue. Awesome. Okay. Thank you for the bell. Welcome back there from Nancy. And who else? Mars and Oh Mummy of Hamsters. Thank you. And Sue. And I think everyone else are there. So I know you a real fox, Doc. Okay, there you go. Anyway, that is, doing our thing. Let's stop that canned lava. We're going to go over and actually do our thing. Be careful on your highway. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't have to go out driving around too much today. It was nuts this morning as far as driving is concerned. First snowfall of the season, of course. And yeah, it was just absolutely crazy. Everything was just going slow as molasses, so not much you can do about it, unfortunately. Anyway, we're going to take a look at some of the stuff that's going on around the world as far as, well, we see the colder temperatures starting to build up in the Yukon. Alaska looks like it's got the interiors getting a little colder there. Northern British Columbia is starting to cool off as well, and the ice age is coming back. And we do see colder temperatures in Alberta and Saskatchewan. Looks a lot warmer south of the border, I'll tell you. So tempting, so very, very tempting. Anyway, looks like even Winnipeg and Manitoba is getting some of that cold. Of course, this stuff here, none of it, they want none of it. They were trying to export it, and I think they sent it over to Greenland. Ontario is holding relatively well as far as temperatures, but we see in Quebec, they're starting to get a little cooler there as well, in Labrador and that area. And looking at what we see down here in the States, central area is still a very, very nice temps. I like that. Nothing really too crazy as far as hot temperatures, though. But remember that storm we had here completely vanished and dissipated. Now we got Otis. Otis is sitting there, and it's likely bothering Acapulco. Or maybe some of these other places down here. Depends on where it goes, and that'll be something that we'll probably see it move up a little bit. Tammy is over here doing her thing, and she was really, really picking on Puerto Rico, but I don't know. She's still hounding them, hopefully, and not too badly. And looking at temperatures, we see some 32s there in South America, and that's pretty good. And here we got, that's off of Vanuatu. Lola, that's what it is. And so Lola is out here. I heard a song with Lola in it once. Kind of confused me. Anyway, looks like Australia is holding the 42 degrees here at the top, and that is all good. So we'll leave that alone, and we'll carry on looking for other storms. Here's one, Bay of Bengal, and this is Hamoon. Hamoon is coming, and that is not good for you. So, yep, that is sitting there. It's going to make a mess. It's everybody gets it here, so it's not just India or Bangladesh. It's also over here in what the heck is the name of this country? Myanmar, and that'll be bad for them. So not good for anyone in that region, but they probably need some rain to get rid of that SO2, heavily populated. Don't what? I don't have a block heater. It doesn't get cold enough here to warrant one. Yeah, a power draw. Yeah, you really don't need that. You don't get 40 below. Block heaters typically, even at minus 15 or minus 20, it's still not that bad. Once it gets below minus 20, that's when you start plugging in. That's when you start thinking about that. Anyway, other storm here is well, technically a part of it's still on the what is it? The Gulf of Aden, but we're seeing it moving onto bugging Oman and Yemen here for the most part. So that's kind of where it's sitting. Dingle, a storm chaser, Dutch weather. Just a last minute. Oh, wow. Thanks, Barbara. And nice to see you. Barbara. There we go. I got that written down, and welcome. Good to have you on board. Okay, let's see. And appreciate that €2 super chat. That is awesome. Thank you. And I just got to write that down here. Okay, got it written down. Thank you very kindly. Anyway, looking at the rest of what we got, it doesn't look bad. Europe, I don't know if we're going to see colder temps there real soon. Iceland, of course, is still doing its thing. It's still getting some of those warmer air currents being brought up here, so still not a deep freeze for them. That's always good. And I think what we'll do is we will switch it over to see how much cloud is associated with these storms. And first off, Tammy, of course, being over here in the Atlantic, it had been bugging Costa Rica, but is now moving northward a little bit, and that'll probably follow a track right this way and kind of fizzle out, or well, we hope it fizzles out. And Otis over here, I don't know which way it's really going to end up going. I think Acapulco, they might want to brace themselves for a little bit of a crunch there, so we could have some storm activity move inland, and we'll likely see that coming into and affecting Mexico as well, even though Mexico City and that area is up on a plateau or a higher area. Anyway, let's continue on here and take a look at some of these other systems. We do have a system over the U.S., and of course we have a massive system over Alberta right now. And of course that has brought us snow. We're just on the edge of some of it there. So they are still getting the snow in these regions. If we go to precipitation here, you can see we're just on the edge of it right now. The main areas here in the foothills and just to the west of Calgary, in some places, and they have already received up to 24 centimeters of snow, so quite a bit heavier levels. And some in BC, and that's all good there. Rainstorms, of course, you can see the precipitation from that, and not really hitting too much into the Mexican area yet. And of course you can see the storm moving away from Costa Rica, so all good that way. Central storm kind of still existing, and this one of course is over here at Vanuatu, Lola. and the Lola is making things bad for everyone, and looks like maybe even Fiji is getting kind of drawn in a little bit from that. But that's it, and of course you can see the stuff actually looks pretty good on Java right now, but the rest of the area here, pretty normal, I guess. They always have storms. Bay of Bengal, you can see Hamoon, and Hamoon is doing its thing just where I kind of mentioned it with. Anyway, let's go back to temperatures. We're going to take a look at find the coldest temp. That we got the hottest there in Australia at 42 degrees, wherever that was, somewhere up here. And yeah, we can, there it is. So 42 there, and the cold is what we want to look for now, and see what we've got. And we'll find something that is reasonably cold, minus 65 so far around that area. What about up here? Minus 62, 65, 66, and we'll see what we've got. There's it's not really very cold. Minus 66 there. 66. Is that like Route 66? That used to be the old route to California, wasn't it? Route 66. That's actually in Arizona, I think. 65, 66, and right over there. Let's see if we can find something a little colder down here, maybe. There's a 65 I seen right in here. Everything is very elusive today. The temperatures are hiding. There's a 63, 64, 64s, and let's see, 61. Well, I think that might be it. That 66 that I found. Oh, and there's a 65, and I don't know if I can find anything more. There's a 65 degrees. Where'd that 66 go? That was further up here somewhere. 64, somewhere right in here. There's a 66. I don't see. Oh, there's a 67 right there. So, all right, that's what I've got, and I'm going to stick to it. It doesn't look very good right now. I see a bunny eating. Yay! One bunny in the bunny feeder eating. So that is pretty awesome. And it's a tie. Sue had minus 67 as well. Awesome. Okay, well, it is a tie, and that is good to see. Thank you very kindly, Sue, and we are good to go. So that's awesome. All right, so yeah, a bunch of storm activity. We've got 5 storms. 5. So Tammy, Otis, Lola, Hamoon, and Tej over here messing with Yemen. So hopefully they'll be all okay at all of these storms and stay out of the way. Anyway, thank you everyone for being here today. Let's put you back on our wonderful canned lava, and we'll get that moving, and that should work if I click that button. There it goes. All right, so I'm just going to change the other shot back here and fix that up, and that is good. Okay, that's it basically for today. I don't have anything else to add or throw in there. We do have a bunny eating, so that is really, really good news. And the internet has been stable for the second half of our show. That is also good news. So hopefully it will continue to stay stable. and we will get a better show tomorrow. I really don't like it when everything is broken up. Unfortunately, there's not a heck of a lot I can do from this point if there's something wrong with the interweb, right? So we'll leave it as that. There was an earthquake in Virginia today. What was that all about? I didn't know if there was one in Virginia. Nobody told me. Virginia. There was some old ones. Oh, maybe there was one there. I didn't see it. It was a 2.2, and that is 0 kilometers north of Stewart and Draft, Virginia, and it's 8.5 kilometers down. I have no idea what that's about. Oh, hang on, that's a huge drilling rig sitting there. And that farmer is drilling for oil. No? I have no idea there, Mars. But there was one. And yeah, it is a farmer drilling for oil, I think. Somewhere around there. Let's show you. There it is. And hang on. He's right there, so he's underneath that spot. Anyway, that is it for you. So now you get to see it close up. Yep, a 2.2, and look, it's sunny there. I like that. I wonder if it's nice and warm. Anyway, we'll zoom out. That, of course, is in the Aleutian, not Aleutian. What's the mountains down there? Appalachians. Hey, what are the Appalachians called? Never mind. Anyway, that's all good. So that's what we're seeing there. I've been watching and keeping an eye on this New Madrid area as well. This is something that you guys might want to peek in at. And, if you don't recall, those were some of the U.S.'s biggest quakes that ever happened. 7.4s, 3 of them in this area. So, Blue Ridge Mountains, Appalachian Mountains and the Blue Ridge Mountains. Where's the difference? Which ones are Blue Ridge and which ones are Appalachians? I didn't know there's a difference. Are these the Appalachians down here, or is that the Appalachians in the top here? Or are they all Appalachians and some of them are just a Blue Ridge? Huh? I know. Yeah, New Madrid is iffy area. Yep. They are called the Blue Ridge because of the bluish haze in the morning. Okay. Blue Ridge. Okay. And Appalachians at night because, never mind. All right, we'll leave it as that. It's all good. And I'm very happy. I'm watching that bunny sitting there at the bowl, just kind of parked itself and knows that there's food there for him. Doesn't have to go digging for it, and that is always cool. Anyway, let's get us back to the canned lava, and we'll leave the show for tonight. Of course, we'll leave it run to the top of the hour, and kind of get that 4 hours in. And we'll leave it as that. So a big thank you to all of you. I want to say thanks to, Sue, of course, for sending in the volcano reports, to Piggy for sending in the wonderful bacon seeds, and thank you all of the moderators, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and Sue Hayes, and C&D Boy, and Yvonne Kunkel, and Siggy, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies. Thanks everyone, and also thank you all of the guests. You guys are all awesome, all part of our wonderful Lava family. So don't forget to come back. Also, a big thank you to Matt and Jen for gifting that one membership, and as well as to Barbara for throwing in that €2 super chat. And on those friendly notes, it's a time for me to wrap it up and say thank you and good night to everyone. and we'll see you all tomorrow. So be good and take care of yourselves. Stay safe, please. And only one thing left to add. Please, please, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Take care, good night, sleep well, and oink oink!
you.